I'm calling this meeting to order. We're still having some difficulties, but we're going to go on in the interest of time. The time now is 4:16. When he gets it up, he'll be back up. All right. Well, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Moved by Dr. Wolford, second by Mr. Hester. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion is approved. Oh, I'm sorry. All those opposed, please say no. James, did you come through yet?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, we will have invocation by Ms. Kristen Hanley.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we ask your blessings for the students of this district and all of those who support them in their educational journey, all those who guide them, including parents and guardians, teachers and staff members, and community supporters. We ask for your wisdom, guidance, courage, and strength as we make decisions that will affect all stakeholders. Help us to work cooperatively, listen and seek to understand, and to work together in the best interest and with a clear focus on the children as the central community that we serve. We ask all of this in your holy and precious name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Did you call the Pope like you said? Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was Mr. Freeman. All right. Dr. Ficklen has said he was calling no for approving the agenda. Okay, so it's been approved by 7 votes, 7-1. So we will proceed. At this time, we will have Instructional Services Committee led by Dr. Lisa Garrett Board. Dr. Board.
Good afternoon. We have two presentations tonight. First is IS1 from Communities in Schools. We have our Executive Director for Communities in Schools of Central Georgia, Taryn Collinsworth.
Good afternoon, President Johnson, board members, Superintendent Dr. Sims. I am Taryn Collinsworth, the CEO of Communities in Schools of Central Georgia. I'm here today to provide a school improvement support initiative update. I'd like to begin with Communities in Schools beliefs and goals. We believe that keeping a student in school and successful is a responsibility that falls to the entire community. Our approach to student support is to broker resources already available in the community or to develop and deliver needed resources to students with barriers impeding their success. Our goal is simple. Put students at the heart of everything we do. Do whatever it takes to surround them with a community of support, thereby creating access to resources they need to take charge of the future they want for themselves. Here's our overview. Our purpose today is to provide updates for the School Improvement Initiative. The roadmap will include CIS tiers of support, along with attendance, behavior, and academic outcomes for the first semester. The takeaway will be that CIS mitigates barriers to attendance, positive behavior, and academic success by providing needed resources to students and their families. This shows our differentiated tiers of service. Our CIS empowerment coaches deliver, broker, and/or coordinate 3 levels of supports in the schools where they are positioned. Tier 1 are whole school or widely accessible. Tier 2 are targeted small group services. And Tier 3 is the most intensive with individual case management. This slide shows you some of the service categories that our national organization asks us to work within, and along with examples in each one of those tiers that you might see in those service categories. The next one is a table showing Tier 1 and Tier 2 and 3 supports provided during the first semester. Columns 1, 2, and 3 are Tier 1. Columns 4, 5, and 6 are Tier 2 and 3. Column 1 shows the whole school enrollment at each school. Column 2 is the average number of students served per Tier 1 service. And column 3 is the total number of Tier 1 and basic needs supports provided during the first semester. Column 4 shows the number of case-managed students. Column 5 is the number of targeted and individual services provided during the first semester. And column 6 is the average number received for each case-managed student. It's not moving. There we go. Now we'll move to the attendance results for the case-managed students. Column 1 provides the number of case-managed students in each school. Column 2 through 6 provides monthly attendance percentages for case-managed students. And column 7 is the semester average for case-managed students. As you can see, case-managed students in every school show up more than 90% of the time, with our highest attendance being over 98% at Hartley Elementary. The next slide shows the percentage of CIS case-managed students with no out-of-school suspensions during the first semester. Again, the first column is the number of case-managed students at each school. Columns 2 through 6 show the percentages during the first semester. And column 7 is the semester average of case-managed students with no out-of-school suspension events. More than 90% of the students at every school have not missed a day in school due to an OSS event. More than 97% of the students at 8 of the 12 schools we serve have no out-of-school suspensions during the first semester. We know that teachers in schools are committed to providing excellent support for their students and deserve the recognition for this work. However, we also know that improving attendance and behavior, along with making sure that students and families' basic needs are met, affects academic success. As such, we provide this slide for informational purposes. In 11 schools, more than 70% of CIS case-managed students passed ELA. In 8 schools, more than 70% of CIS students passed their math course, whatever that course happened to be. CIS success is only attainable with the dedication of the CIS empowerment coaches, our collaborative partners, the schools, and the district where we serve. These next slides showcase some of the supports brokered throughout the district. CIS was lucky enough to receive some funding from the Macon Violence Prevention Fund this year. And as such, we worked with Mama Hawk Draws. She worked with several of our students. They created and designed an art installment. They developed a business plan and presented it to the CIS leadership. Once it was approved, they installed that art. If you haven't been over, it's in our office at SOAR Academy, and it's really pretty amazing. The next slide shows also a partnership we did with MVP funding with You Create Macon. They came in and did bike safety, and then they did bike repair certification 101 with these students. The students who passed that certification, we timed it so that as they left school in December, they all got a bicycle. CIS has brokered supports including but not limited to grief normalization, conflict resolution and anti-bullying, environmental education, etiquette and motivational workshops, self-confidence, self-regulation and social skills, nutrition and exercise workshops, family and partner engagement, presentations on drug and alcohol abuse and safety, and basic needs. This is our signature mentoring initiative, the Hope Collective. This initiative is a partnership with Hope for the Heart of Georgia, and they provide mentor recruitment. We currently have more than 40 active mentors providing at least 1 hour of mentoring weekly during the school day. We have mentors at all 6 middle schools, at Southwest High, and at SOAR Academy. Here are just some pictures of our kids over the years as they were graduating, and so happy. So many of them thought they wouldn't graduate. Our lessons learned. We have learned that maintaining continuity for students as they transition and progress through the district is crucial. The CIS attendance strategy has proven effective according to data. Trauma and disengagement are significant contributors to negative behavior, and weekly mentoring leads to improved self-confidence and positive behavior. In the coming year, we want to work with principals to identify key needs and continue providing the CIS model with high fidelity. We will update parent and student contact information before the school year begins and develop a plan for case-managed students with chronic absenteeism. We'll launch a pilot program focused on family communication for students who are chronically tardy, as a lot of them miss a first period, and if that's ELA, it significantly affects their milestones. We will continue to mentor and provide other supportive programming to mitigate trauma and disengagement. And we will pilot a program of targeted tutoring in FY26 at SOAR Academy. I want to thank you for allowing us to continue to serve the students of Bibb County, and I'll open it up for questions if you have any.
Thank you, Taryn. Does anyone have any questions? Dr. Fickley.
Imagine that.
Thank you, Chairperson Boyd. Thank you, Ms. Collinsworth, for that presentation. And the numbers look really good, especially with helping kids to stay in school. And my question is, those schools that are listed, those are the only schools that you all work in?
Yes, sir. So in the past, and this year we're hopeful again, the Bibb County School District funds 8 of those schools. The Tier 4 schools, Ballard and Southfield, are funded by Godot. And then we fund 2 of those schools. We fund Weaver and SOAR Academy. With
When you say we
unrestricted.
fund, what's your source of funding?
So we have a diverse funding stream. So we have grants, we get money from the Griffith Foundation, we get money from MVP, we get money from the mayor, we get money from a lot of different places and individual contributions.
And then in each school where you all work, do you all have some personnel there to work on a daily basis with the students?
Yes, sir, we have full-time empowerment coaches located in each one of those schools.
And they are there every day?
They're there every day. We have a little bit different situation at Hartley this year because they didn't have a space for us every day.
So communities in school is in these particular schools that you have outlined in your report, and it's really good. And the numbers look good. So, you know, it really raises the question with me, and if we are having a attendance crisis, is it at any of these schools?
I'm so sorry, I missed that question.
We keep hearing that we're having an absentee, I use the word attendance, but maybe an absentee crisis in some of the schools. Is that crisis in any of the schools that communities in schools are working with?
I think that crisis is nationwide and definitely district-wide and in every school that we serve.
But your numbers look like there was not that much of absentee going on.
We're good, I don't know what to say. No, we work really hard. We have an attendance strategy that in the morning, as soon as the bell rings, the empowerment coach gets up out of their seat in their office. They go, they know where their kids are. They check to see if they're there. If they're not, they come back to their office and call home to find out what's going on. It is our belief and kind of what we see that if you can get to the students early enough, sometimes the parents will bring them on in. You know, if it's later in the day, like sometimes they don't.
Well, I'm just concerned about, you know, if there is an absentee problem in our school district, then we need all the help we can get to improve it. And of course, what you're saying and the way these numbers look, it looks like they are being made sure that they're in school so that they can get the instructions that they need. And I certainly appreciate that.
Thank you.
The communities in school, from what I am gathering, and of course, you know, this is just my 5th month being down here, so I'm gonna have some questions.
Yes, sir.
And of course, what I am gathering, that they supplement what the school should be doing.
So the schools that we serve, the faculty that we are involved with work really hard. They are up against the wall. There are a lot of things that have happened over the past few years that make it really hard.
I understand.
And we help them to the best of our ability. But I don't want to give any impression that they're not working really hard. They
No,
are.
that was not my question,
Okay.
Ms. Collinsworth. And I have not said that they are not working hard. I was a teacher for 39 years, so I know that teachers work hard every day.
Yes, sir.
But what I'm asking is what your program does in the school. Does it supplement what's going on in the school? Whether they're working hard is not my question. Is that what you're doing helps the work in that school to make sure that students are there? And that's just a
Yes, sir.
question.
That is true. And also with behavior, because if students are out of school suspension, they're not in their seats either. So either one of those things.
And I saw where, I think I recall that number was that you all didn't have anybody in out of school suspension. That number was 100% that they were in school.
No, we have 97% of the students in 8 of the schools didn't have an out of school suspension in the first semester, and all of them were over 90%.
That's what I was saying. The numbers look good.
Yes.
That's why I was saying that. So then in those schools, I go back to my original question, then is there an absentee problem?
Yes, sir.
Okay, still an absentee problem with 90-some% of the students.
So that's for our case managed students. So we case manage about 10% of the population.
Okay, so you all are not working with every student. You all have certain students that are assigned to you all.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now that clears it up for me, because, you know, I'm telling you, I'm trying to learn what's going on.
I'm a
So you're
taxpayer.
not
I
talking
ask
about
all the
total-
questions you
You're not
want.
talking about, but I did see a graph that had the total population at the school. So you all are not working with the total population. There are specific students that you all are working with in there.
There's about 10% of the school population we case manage.
Okay,
We
very-
do provide widely accessible services in the schools, but that's not everyday case management.
I understand. So the case management, that's what those statistics were about.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
well, that clears it up for me. Now, and then, and I don't want you to think that in any way that I am opposed to communities in school. I know that they do a wonderful job, and even though you couldn't give this in your report, but I do know that there was some student that you all were case managing and that didn't have a door on their house, and you all worked very diligently to make sure that that kid had a door on their house. And I appreciate that, and I think that is really commendable on what you all do in communities and schools.
So I want to make sure that I recognize Stafford Construction because they worked with us to make sure that those doors were installed.
Okay, well, whoever did it, but you all were the key of doing it, and I appreciate that, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
How do you identify the case managed students? Do you self-identify them? Does the administration say, hey, here's a child we think you could really help?
It's a combination. Really, since the pandemic, we've done a lot of our students, our attendance, identified. As we move further from that, then we get more behavior students again. But a student could self-identify, or one of the students we serve could say, I have a friend who I'm concerned about, and we would serve them as well. Mothers could call us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Now, the test scores having a bearing on the students that you serve.
I don't know the answer to that question, but if I'll find out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. Today, I'll be sharing with you the charter school process overview. This information I believe that you have received from Dr. Sims in terms of the link to the application and things of that nature, but we want to have the opportunity to just point out some key pieces for you on today. Our mission is at the heart of everything we do in the Bibb County School District. We prioritize maximizing student achievement while ensuring social emotional well-being. By fostering a sense of community and safe and equitable learning environments, we empower our students to thrive. And our vision further emphasizes the importance of equipping students to become innovative and caring citizens, ready to lead and serve in their chosen paths. This slide highlights our guiding principles and learner outcomes, which are essential for shaping our educational approach. We prioritize personalized learning, collaboration, engagement, safety, and effective leadership. Our goals focus on student achievement, staff effectiveness, and stakeholder engagement. Each student is encouraged to explore their interests and strengths, preparing them to make informed decisions about their future. And this holistic approach ensures that every student is equipped for success in their chosen pathway. Here you have our agenda for today. This presentation again provides an overview of the charter school application process and reviews the expectations for timelines, requirements, and responsibilities. For our roadmap, I'll share a bit of the policy overview governing charter schools here in the district. The application process, I'll highlight some of the key dates and timelines, and you have the takeaway there in front of you. A charter school operates under a performance-based contract known as a charter. There are two primary types of charter schools. There's a startup charter school, which is a newly established school, and there are conversion charter schools, which transition from existing public schools. Both types focus on enhancing academic, organizational, and financial performance. Understanding these distinctions is crucial for stakeholders involved in the charter school process as it impacts the expectations and outcomes for each type. Now, this slide details the startup charter school petition process, which is divided into 3 phases. Phase 1 involves pre-petition activities, including obtaining a letter of intent and undergoing petitioner training. Phase 2 focuses on the governing board interview and final petition submission, while Phase 3 emphasizes the review and approval process. Each phase is critical for ensuring that the charter school meets the necessary standards and requirements set forth by the district and the state. So I want to point out just a few things on this particular slide. In Phase 3, which is the phase that will happen very shortly here, it is during this phase that there is a legal compliance review in which we work with our legal team. During that stage, they'll be looking for things such as compliance with state and federal laws, as well as providing additional guidance to the district. We now turn to the Bibb County policy overview, which is critical for understanding the charter school process. Board Policy IBB outlines the commitment of the Public Board of Education for Bibb County to authorize high-quality charter schools. This policy ensures that all locally approved charters, whether startup or conversion, operate under the board's control and management. The original adoption date of this policy is December the 12th, 2019, reflecting our ongoing dedication to maintaining high standards in education and governance for charter schools. Regulation IBB-R1 emphasizes the authority of the Board of Education to authorize charter schools that offer innovative and effective academic programs. These programs must align with the district's strategic priorities to enhance student performance. The board holds charter schools accountable to their contracts, ensuring that they meet the established standards and contribute positively to the educational landscape of Bibb County. This slide outlines the process for submitting a charter application petition. It includes the timeline for submission, the recommendation process after the initial review, and the requirement for petitioners to demonstrate their capacity to operate a high-quality charter school. The board's review and approval process is also highlighted, emphasizing the importance of meeting legal requirements and ensuring that the petition serves the public's interest. Funding for locally approved charter schools must comply with the Georgia Charter Schools Act as well as district policies. This slide highlights the 3% management fee that the district will withhold from the total funds earned by charter schools. This fee is essential for covering administrative services and technical support provided to these schools, ensuring that they have the necessary resources to operate effectively while maintaining accountability. Here are some additional terms, and these are the terms for, the conditions for terminating a charter school's authorization, and it's outlined here. The board may request termination of a charter school if it fails to adhere to its charter terms, if it meets poor fiscal management standards, or violates laws and policy. This process ensures that charter schools operate in the best interests of students and the community, maintaining high standards of accountability and performance throughout their operation. Here we have the non-renewal process for charter schools. Upon reviewing a renewal petition, the superintendent may recommend denial based on findings from the Charter Review Committee and the school's historical performance. This recommendation process is crucial for ensuring that only those charter schools that continue to meet the district standards and serve the public interest are allowed to renew their charters. Next, we will focus on the application process for charter schools, including an overview of the steps involved, ensuring that potential applicants also understand what is required. The BCSD charter guidelines outline essential components for success in the charter school application process. Mandatory training, compliance with laws, stakeholder involvement, and a focus on at-risk populations are key areas of emphasis. These guidelines are designed to ensure that charter schools are well equipped to meet the diverse needs of their students and our community, fostering an environment of innovation and accountability. So how are petitions evaluated? This slide presents the evaluation criteria, focusing on key academic performance plans, governance structure, financial feasibility, and compliance with laws. The central question guiding this evaluation is whether the petition serves the public interest. This structured approach ensures that all aspects of the petition are thoroughly assessed, promoting transparency and accountability in the charter school approval process. Here you have key requirements for petitioners. Building a strong application is crucial for charter school petitioners. This slide outlines the necessary components, including course cover sheets and signed assurances, academic and financial goals, clear governance structure, and safety protocols. Each of these elements plays a vital role in demonstrating the petitioner's readiness to establish a successful charter school. So we'll talk more about the evaluation process. Now, the evaluation process involves a detailed review by the Charter School Petition Committee. Each petition is rated based on specific criteria identifying whether or not the area presented meets the standard and that responses align with the mission, vision, and educational goals of the proposed school. The final recommendations will be based on a comprehensive evaluation of the written petition, again with legal guidance, due diligence, and interviews with the governing board, ensuring a thorough assessment of each application. Community engagement is a critical aspect of the charter school evaluation process. This slide presents the criteria related to understanding the target student population, evidence of innovative opportunities, and community involvement. Each criterion is rated to assess the depth and effectiveness of community engagement in the proposal, ensuring that the charter school is responsive to the needs of the community it serves. The academic program is evaluated based on several criteria, including support for subgroups, particularly our students with disabilities, our English learners, our academically struggling students, and gifted students, equitable access, and rigorous instruction. This structured assessment helps ensure that the proposed academic program meets the diverse needs of all students. By focusing on these key areas, we can promote a positive school culture and ensure compliance with legal requirements, ultimately to enhance our student outcomes. Here you have the criteria for the governing board. The governing board's capacity and expertise are essential for the success of a charter school. This slide evaluates the board's input from community members, decision-making policies, and demographic diversity. Each criterion is rated to ensure that the governing board is well equipped to lead the school effectively, fostering a collaborative and inclusive environment that supports student achievement. An effective organizational plan is vital for the charter school success. Here again, you see the evaluation criteria, including the identification of qualified school leaders, growth plans, staff recruitment strategies, as well as professional development. Now, by assessing these components, we can ensure that the school is prepared to meet the challenges of providing high-quality instruction to students and the professional development of its teaching staff. The financial plan is another critical aspect of the charter school application. This slide helps us evaluate the financial plans based on criteria such as budget balance, understanding of funding sources, as well as contingency plans. Each criteria is rated to ensure that the proposed financial plan is robust and sustainable, providing the necessary resources for the school's operation and growth. Compliance with minimum requirements is also essential for a successful charter school petition. This slide helps us evaluate criteria such as meeting submission deadlines, reflecting the school's mission, and providing justifications for any requested waivers. Each criteria is rated to ensure the petitioner meets the necessary standards and demonstrates their commitment to compliance and accountability. Next, I'll talk about key dates and timelines, which are crucial for applicants to keep in mind. This will also include important milestones in the charter school process. So I'll start here with the timeline overview, and these are some dates. Some of them have already passed, or actually all of these have already passed, but key steps in the application process. So back in October of 2024, we had the letters of intent submitted to the district. At that time, there were 4 letters of intent that were submitted here to the district. We had the initial meeting of petitioners in January of 2025, mandatory training March the 12th of 2025, and finally the pre-petition submission on April the 11th, 2025, at which time we had 1 petitioner who proceeded through the process. Some additional key steps in the application process. We have the pre-petition feedback, and that has happened. That was May the 12th, 2025, in which we actually provide feedback to the petitioner to help them in strengthening their application, as well as additional questions that the Charter Review Committee has. We also have a governing board interview that is scheduled for May the 20th, 2025. The final petition submission is then due June the 9th, and then the Board of Education decision happens within 3 months of the submission date. Lastly, this slide offers valuable resources for petitioners, including links to the Godot Charter Schools Division website, which provides templates and checklists. Additionally, there, of course, is Bibb County support available through pre-petition consultations, as well as that feedback that I mentioned a moment ago from the review committee. Utilizing these resources can greatly enhance the application process and provides petitioners with the tools they need to be successful. And this concludes my presentation for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lovett. Do we have any questions? I'm going to start first with Mr. Ficklin.
I
Dr.
just
Ficklin,
want some clarification.
Yes, sir.
So we do currently have 1 charter school applicant that is proposing to open one, and they're at the step now where they'll be getting interviewing with the committee on May 20th.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question, Dr. Ficklen. Yes, we have one petitioner at this time.
Okay. Now, there was a recent law passed that made it more difficult for school boards to deny charter petitions. Could you just talk about that for just a minute?
I appreciate that question. I'm actually going to invite our legal counsel to address that piece as well.
Can y'all hear me from here? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ficklen. The law that was passed was Senate Bill 0082. It did several things. The first thing that did is it requires specific notice from the school district to the petitioner in the event that we deny the petition. That notice is due within 20 business days after a decision to deny it. And in that notice, the law increases the specificity by which the school district must give notice to the petitioner of the reasons for denial. The district must list out all deficiencies, detail the existing access to school choice options that are available to the school students in the district, assess the academic performance of the existing local schools, et cetera. There are some consequences for larger school districts who are charter school systems who deny a series of petitioners. I think it's 3 or more local charter petitions. That would not apply to the school district because of the size.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Dr. Woodford?
Thank you, Dr. Levitt, for your presentation. So we've had more applications in the recent years to come to this board. What is the role of the board in that process?
Yes, ma'am. So the role of the board in terms of the approval process or going through the charter process, going through applications. I can speak specifically to the role of the board as it relates to the approval process. As it currently stands, I mentioned the Charter Review Committee who kind of does a bit of the work on the front end. This is the group of individuals who are looking at the actual pre-petition, giving feedback, doing the interview, if you will, with their governing board. Following that information, what happens is we take all of the information that we have obtained from both the actual submission as well as our feedback. I shared that criteria with you today, and we make a recommendation that we put in front of the superintendent. The superintendent then reviews all of that information and makes a recommendation that then comes in front of the board for consideration. That was what I mentioned in one of the timelines where I talked about a 90-day timeline that has to happen. So the final submission happens June 9th. Within 90 days of that submission date, the board then has to act on the actual submission. So typically what that looks like is there will be a recommendation brought before the board by the superintendent in between that time, and the board will have a several months or a couple months to make a decision regarding that next step.
So I knew that. I just wanted for our new board members to understand what our role is.
Okay, thank you for your question.
Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Johnson?
Yes, thank you. Are we speaking in reference to state charter school as well as local charter schools?
So we're speaking specifically, I'm talking about the possibility of a local charter school. Typically what happens in this process, we will review the applications, we'll make our recommendation, as Ms. Culvis just mentioned, of course. If we make a decision to not move forward, we have to provide that information to those individuals, and they can then petition the state for a charter opportunity.
So are we hand off with our state charter schools? They don't have to come through us?
State charter schools do not come through our process.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Moore?
Dr. Lovett, who is the group that's applied for a charter?
It is the Infinity Academy.
Those are the same folks we turned down last year
That is correct, sir.
who decided not to seek a state charter?
That is my understanding, sir.
All right. Going through the process we did with Infinity Academy last time, I, as a board member, have an ask. And that And that is, when they file their petition on or about June 9th, that board members be provided with a copy of it. To give us time to review those documents, to look at them. They're pretty extensive. Since ultimately the board makes the decision, yes or no, I believe the earlier we have the information, once that entity is committed to seeking the charter, it would help us make the best decision we can. So assuming that Infinity Academy on or about June 9th submits that final petition, I appreciate it if all board members could be provided with a copy of it.
Thank you for your feedback, sir. That is noted.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Levitt.
My pleasure.
Madam President, that's all we have for instructional services today.
Thank you, Dr. Garrett. At this time, we will hear from Fiscal Support Service Committee, Ms. Kristen Hammond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first item on the agenda is number FSS1, Pilot Agreement Proposal for the Parking Deck Project.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Board President Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. Today, we are presenting a pilot agreement between the Macon Bibb County Urban Development Authority and the Macon Bibb County government, who seek the school district's consent to use for the use of pilot funding to pay for the cost of constructing a parking deck in downtown Macon. To consent, the Bibb County Board of Education would adopt the attached resolution approving the pilot agreement. At this time, it's recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education adopts the resolution approving the pilot agreement.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions?
I just want to know that they correct that you were the financial officer.
Yes, we did. Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions? Hearing none, all those in favor, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion approves unanimously and will be moved to the consent agenda. The next item is an informational item. Mr. Bush, the review of the March 31 financial statements.
Thank you, and once again, welcome. Good afternoon, President Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. Today, we are reviewing the financial results for the period ending March 31st, 2025. We will begin by reviewing the general fund activity and the general fund balance sheet, which shows total assets of $102.3 million, total liabilities of $21.7 million, leaving us with a current fund balance in the general fund of $80.5 million. As of March, we have received roughly $199.3 million of our budgeted revenues. That accounts for 74.66% of those budgeted revenues. And we have expended or encumbered $195.3 million of our budgeted expenses, accounting for roughly 92% of those budgeted expenses. Each month, we like to highlight that we continue to support the classroom with 67% of each of our dollars going directly to the classroom. Next, we'll move into our balance sheet for our all funds. Our all funds total assets are reported at $768.9 million. Our total liabilities of $46.7 million, leaving us with a total fund balance of $722.2 million. Looking at our cash and investments on hand, we currently have cash on hand of $17.4 million, investments of $142, leaving us with total liquid assets of $159.5 million. Looking at our statement of revenues for all funds, we have collected in all funds $295.9 million, roughly 78% of our budgeted revenues. And we have expended or encumbered $311.8 million, which is roughly 81% of those budgeted expenses. Lastly, we'll look at our eSPLOS campaigns. Our 2016 eSPLOS campaign has total expenses of $170,561,000, leaving us with cash and investment balances of $66,000. Our 2021 eSplosh campaign received $3.6 million in March, and it has total committed expenditures or encumbrances of $142.8 million, leaving us with a cash and investment balance of $62.3 million. And that concludes our presentation for today.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Mr. Bush. The next item is number FSS3, tentative budget adoption.
Thank you and welcome once again. Today is the final step of our leading to our tentative adoption. We have had 2 work sessions in preparation for this tentative adoption recommendation. Today, we just want to remind a review again by looking at who we are and how we serve the people and the students that we support. We proudly serve over 21,000 students across a wide network of schools, including elementary, middle, and high schools, career and technical centers, and a virtual academy, including early education and specialized programs. Thanks to our support through our eSplosh programs, we've invested in state-of-the-art facilities, modern technology, fine arts auditoriums at every high school, and one-to-one devices for every student in the district. Our classrooms are small, our support services are wide-ranging, and every child, regardless of need, is supported through our gifted special education, ESOL, early intervention, and all other programs. Outside of our core academics, students thrive in band, theater, chorus, art, foreign languages, athletics, and countless clubs and extracurricular activities. We are also very proud of our advanced programs like CTAE, International Baccalaureate, Advanced Placement, Dual Enrollment, and our JRTC programs that prepare students for college careers and life after graduation. Each day, we safely transport over 8,500 students. We serve over 26,000 meals and extend learning opportunities through after-school programs on most of our schools. Behind the scenes, our operation team maintain more than 40 facilities, a fleet of over 200 buses, and they support over 30,000 technology devices, ensuring that we meet local, state, and federal requirements, making sure every employee and vendor is paid on time, and supporting our more than 3,500 employees. As we look at our superintendent's budget priorities for the year, we have 4 core priorities, including recruitment and retention, where we have proposed a 3% certified increase to the certified salary schedule, as in addition to implementing a classified salary scale that continues that recruitment and retention of those workers. Literacy is also very important. We are engaged in programming for sustained impact on student literacy outcomes. One of the main initiatives there is to create a K-5 English Language Arts coordinator position to further support this effort. Attendance is also very critical at this time as we fight chronic absenteeism throughout the district and the state. One of our priorities is to hire a truancy specialist to focus on community efforts and support those families. And lastly, leader and teacher quality remains at hand, where we want to improve staff effectiveness through coaching and feedback to provide classrooms and building level leadership throughout the district. As I've mentioned before, some of our district initiatives is that 3% certified pay increase and implementation of the salary study. In 2026, we are planning and budgeting on a technology refresh that will be funded partially through general fund and other funds to continue that one-to-one initiative. We want to remind everybody of the unfunded mandates passed down from the state, where health insurance is going up at a very steep rate, and teacher retirement increases are also rising. Listed here are some assumptions throughout the budget that we have reviewed in the past. And it leads us, the next couple slides review the classified salary study and overview. position upgrades. The classified salary schedule we are presenting is in an effort to fill the gap in that side of our organization where we have fallen behind year after year. This salary study does a great job of filling the gap and making us more competitive in this area. The highlights of this budget this year include that implementation of that salary schedule, which is an estimated cost of about $2.3 million, and the 3% raise for certified employees is at a cost of $5.4 million. So total salary schedule and raise increases equal roughly $7.8 million. Other increases to positions to better support the district are shown above. This includes some director to executive director classifications and some other reclassifications to get positions where they need to be. That's at a total cost of $65,000 plus the benefit included in those salaries. And lastly is adding the truancy specialist, an ELA school improvement coordinator, and a transfer of positions in our custodial staff to better support the needs of our schools. That comes at a total cost of $143,174. Now moving into the recommended budget, which includes the 3% increase in salary, implementation of the classified salary study, and a reduction of 28 vacancies, which includes 21 certified positions and 7 classified positions. What you see before you now is the advertisement that will be put in the paper leading up to the public hearings for the budget. This is a recommended all funds budget that you will be approving, or you will be asked to approve tonight in order to move through the budget process. If you look at the general fund column, those are the numbers we have been speaking about through work session 1 and 2. All the columns to the right are including capital projects, Title I, our IDEA grants, and including school nutrition, and all other funds are included here. As we turn our focus back to the general fund, and the final recommendation is that we starting with a fund balance of $67.8 million. We're anticipating revenues of $267 million, total expenses of $289, leaving us with a current budget deficit of $21.9 million, but with a fund balance of $45.8 million. The last line you see there is a fund balance of expense ratio number, which puts us at a budgeted 15.84% of expenses to the fund balance ratio. By state law, they want that number to be between 15% and 8%. Next is a 5-year historical trend analysis, moving from the FY 2026 estimated, our proposed budget, into 2027, 28, 29, and 30. And as you look to the right of this, you will see that fund balance to expense ratio drop, and steps will be needed to take in the future to combat that. Taking a little bit deeper dive into our revenues and expenses, there have been minor changes since work session 2 that are immaterial, but as we gain more information, they were made. We are ending with a revenue, as you see, of $267,000, which was represented on the previous slide. There are footnotes here that describe those variances from the FY25 budget to the FY26 budget, where you can see that total revenue is dropping an estimated $1.5 million. The main part of that was the drop in QBE equalization grant of $9 million, but we were able to add some revenue back in the QBE formulas through our counting efforts to combat that. Looking at our general fund, our state funds provide 59% of those general fund dollars, and our local taxes supply 37% of our general fund budget. The next 3 slides are a view of our school-based expenses. It shows projected enrollment, pre-K enrollment, capacity of those schools, salaries, benefits, operational expenses, and cost per student. That first slide was our elementary schools. The next slide represents our middle, high, and special programs. And the last two slides of this represent each department and the expenses associated with those. All slides past this are for informational purposes only. They were slides that were included in the first and second work session. And that concludes my presentation for today. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions? Dr. Ficklin.
Thank you, Mr. Bush, for the presentation. I just need some things clarified for me. So we went from $3,441,556 deficit last year to a $21,958,448 this year.
Yes, sir. And where we started last year was actually a $9 million. It was a little under $9 million deficit.
Now, I'm
Because of
looking
the
at what
funding
you-
that came throughout the year, we ended at a $3.1 million deficit, or the deficit that's shown on that slide. Yeah.
Okay, so this is, so, and we're projecting now that it's gonna be $18 million more than it was last year.
Yes, sir.
And it also looks like I know we didn't receive as much money, but we started out with a lower fund balance this year than we did last year. But to have an $18 million deficit going from a $3 million deficit in 1 year's time is tremendous.
It is, and we can, I don't think I included the slide in this presentation, but it will get you the slide that accounts for those differences. Right off the top, I am aware that the salary and raises that we're asking for cost $8 million of that money. There was roughly $10 million of unfunded mandates that came from the state that were beyond our control. So that $10 million added to the about $1.5 million reduction in revenue that we're getting gets us to that. So it's very few items that are getting us there, but in order to retain and recruit our staff, we're using some of our fund balance to do that.
I'm very familiar with unfunded mandates. My question is when we are facing this kind of austere budget, there needs to be some internal things done to reduce the costs that apparently, we have, I guess, not taken, we've taken for granted, like travel. $1.5 million in travel last year. I see where there is a projection that they're going to reduce it down by maybe almost $500,000, but that's a lot of travel.
Yes.
And in an austere budget, I would like to see that travel be eliminated if it goes outside of the state of Georgia and if it causes overnight, and I do so move at this time.
Is that something that can be moved as part of this?
Yes, you can make a motion.
Is there a second?
May I, just to make sure we're procedurally understanding where we are? Please. I believe Dr. Ficklin would make a motion to amend the budget, and that would be what you would be, amend the tentative budget, and that would be the motion you would be voting on first. But Dr. Ficklin, I'm so sorry, I can't see you. I think the motion would be to amend the budget to do what it is that you propose.
Yeah, yes, that's what it is, to amend the budget. I didn't vote to eliminate the whole budget. I just want to amend it to eliminate travel in this budget that goes outside of the state of Georgia and that requires overnight stay. That would reduce it some, because $1.5 million is a lot of travel.
And I can
Even for
clarify a little
larger
bit of that.
systems.
All the travel is not from the general fund. The general fund travel budget is roughly about $350,000 to $400,000 of that 1.5 million, much of which lies outside of this budget. Much of that travel is through our federal programs, and we have internal conversations to immediately restrict that travel moving forward.
That is not what was presented to us.
I
Now
understand.
you are diversifying the travel, but I have to go on the numbers that you all give me, and that is not diversified in this document, or the document that was submittal to the questions that were asked in the one-on-one. So I would like to see that then, if there are $300,000, that's still a lot of travel, then we need to see that. Because in dealing with a budget, I am accustomed to looking at the nuts and bolts of the budget, not just the overall, because just like you said, we look at an overall picture, and that's what I'm getting. But then you go ahead and say, oh, that's not all of that money is coming from the general fund. So it should have been delineated when it was given to us as an answer. Do you understand
And
what
that's
I'm coming
noted.
from?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll yield to Dr.
Yes, Dr. Sims.
Yes, if I may, we can definitely give more details as warranted. I would just be concerned to this board about any blanket restrictions at this time, as opposed to me generating a good question and answer with you. And please know that we recognize not just with travel, but with other areas, similar to how we did last year, where we reduced the budget by over $5 million. We've demonstrated due diligence in looking for budget cuts, and travel is not an exemption. I would also be concerned about missed opportunities, as we've had schools who presented at the national level, students who presented at the national level, and that also includes road travel. So I would just be very cautious about a blanket restriction in that space, in the absence of holding me accountable and the rest of the district, in order to present a plan to the board, in addition to other cuts that we've already made.
Yes, if I may also just add, from the concept that you are voting on a budget, you would not typically vote on a protocol of how you do your operational work with the district. If you wanted to make a decision in the district to have a different protocol for travel, that would typically be done under a different method. In terms of the budget, you would be reducing the line item for travel in the budget, as opposed to defining which travel is approved or not approved, because you're looking here at the budget, not the operational procedures that the district implements that budget, if that makes sense.
And that is well understood, Council Kirby. My motion was made in respect of what was given to us. Now, if there's some delineation that needs to go into that, even as the superintendent said, there are some things that perhaps they have to go to. I understand that. But if you give me a blanket number without giving me the various specifications of what this travel is about, then the only thing I know to do is that if we have a budget, we need to reduce it, because when you come up short, the only way to try and balance a budget is to cut down on spending. And that's just what I was trying to do. And of course, the delineations were not given to us. So it was just one blanket number. Now, if you want to go ahead and go back and give us the specification, then I would certainly be amenable to looking at them. But with the numbers given to us like they've been given to us, there's no way for us to understand.
Did you want to withdraw your motion?
I'm gonna let it die for like a second.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Mr. Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Could you, the reclassification of the directors to executive director, will somebody move into those directors' positions?
No, sir.
They will?
No, they would be just a position change. It's just a reclassification of position. We would not backfill that position into another director. So it's just
So what is the purpose of moving them to executive director?
it's part, you want me to answer that?
It's, if you look on that slide, what slide number is that? We did make some notations to the right, and in our discussions as one-on-ones, this is our effort to align the roles and responsibilities on the ground with the, that have reached executive level expectations. This is just an effort to align the actual work that's being on the ground with the job.
One other question. What happens when the fund balance goes below, what'd you say the lowest was, 8%?
8%.
Yeah, what happens?
So, in what regard? Like technically or penalty wise? I mean,
Yeah.
so the state would just issue, or our auditors would issue a, they would have a write-up or a finding inside the audit saying that we're not meeting guidelines between those expenditure ratios. And it could also present cash flow problems. I mean, we could, like any business, if you're falling short or your expenses are more than revenue, you could have a problem with that. I don't anticipate that at the moment, but that ratio over the time, the next few years, we would have to do something to combat that. Yes, sir.
I think it's important. Thank you for that question. I think it's also important, Mr. Bush, if you want to speak to it. If we look at slide number 20, we haven't made the point that the amended budget for FY25, the fund balance was almost 25%. While on the bottom end, it would cause issues. Holding a balance above 15% also causes issues. It is as if we are holding that money, which is above what that recommended fund balance is. So I think it's important to note that as we look in preliminary budget FY26, you're taking $67.7 million, a 25% fund balance, and using it to coordinate the budget for this year, which is bringing us to 15%. Do you want to elaborate on that? Because I think that's a point that we need to make sure this made.
So then in the public's interest, sometimes if we do have too high of a fund balance, there is public perception that we're taxing too much, which in our case, we really have been generous and very good stewards of our taxpayer money by keeping our millage rate very low and have barely raised millage and increased revenue over the last 10 years while inflation has increased. Well, as that has happened, this year we have a healthy fund balance. The plan, is to reduce some of that using that fund balance to be, I would say, good stewards of the taxpayer money. But expenses have increased over the last 10 years. And revenue at some point in time, it's going to have to be a consideration for revenue to increase as well to offset some of this surplus.
Yes, Dr. Ficklin.
Thank you. I have another motion. I'd like to move that any additional positions in this budget be eliminated, and any increases and changes of titles be eliminated other than the salary study and the 3% for certified employees. And I so move.
Is there a second?
Question.
Yes.
Can you break that up? Motion.
I can break it up. All of those positions that were not at the truancy position, they reclassified the director of the elementary services, the director of maintenance position, the accounting clerk position, the student information manager coordinator position, the media clerk allocation from 800 to 600, which is $108,000. That be eliminated as well as those other three positions, the K-5 ELA school position. And I see that one other position that was in here earlier is not in here. And was that one already eliminated?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they didn't let us know that, but I just had to look in here and I said, I don't see that position, because that was one that I thought should have been eliminated as well. But I don't think you need to add anything to a budget that's already in the minus column that you don't need to add. And I thank you for eliminating that position of the person that was going to be between going to supervise principal or leadership or what have you. I don't see that on this sheet here.
So then those, oh, sorry.
Yes, Dr. Woodford.
So those new positions that were proposed at the last workshop are no longer in this budget?
No, one of them is not.
Just one. Okay.
And if I may clarify, it was very valuable to have the one-on-ones with each one of you and getting your feedback. One of the main things that came out of that was an imperative to prioritize as it relates to position requests. And that is what I did. And that's what you see reflective in this space. And that's also why we start with the superintendent's budget priorities, not just things I've pulled out of the sky, but really to think through what is it that we need, even in these difficult times, to continue to move the district forward. And what we're presenting in these spaces, and particularly the questions about the position requests, is directly in service to that. And if I may add, I still want to go back to the point that it places us ultimately at 15% for our fund balance. And we feel that financially speaking, that places us in the right space for this upcoming school year with more than enough time to prepare for subsequent years and to maintain fiscal responsibility. And as our trend continues, we anticipate, I don't know what the exact number will be, but we'll be returning yet another amount of money to our fund balance. Is that correct? We don't know exactly what it'll be, but we've had a trend for several years of returning money, underspending as it relates to our proposed budgets.
Did you have another question?
I think he just answered it.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Morton?
Mr. Bush, so let me see if I understand this. When you look at the increase in system responsibility for TRS and health insurance, plus the reduction in equalization, offset by the increased QBE money, that's roughly $13 million that were in the hole.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And then when you look at the 8 million salaries, that becomes a fixed cost moving forward.
It does.
That we'll have every year.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does the 8 million include increased TRS
It does.
for raises?
It does.
Um,
And all other associated benefits.
Okay. Now, I realize in the past that we may have gotten some extra money, but I would, I don't know what governmental whims we're going to be dealing with in the next 6-12 months, particularly as it relates to federal funding. What happens if money we're relying on suddenly gets yanked away, say for nutrition or other federal grants? How do we adjust to that?
You would have to adjust rapidly to it by either making budget amendments or reductions in some capacity.
I also want to make one comment about travel. The numbers are pretty big. And this budget, if it's approved, contains significant raises for lots of employees. It's not a comment on whether they're earned or not. And I hear we need to do this to improve our outcomes for our students. Which says to me, not only as a board member, but also as someone who pays taxes to support this, that unless there's a really good reason to be traveling, our folks need to be doing their job to move the system forward. And so as we look at travel, I think it's important that there are times you have to do it because you got to maintain your hours. But I think you've got to be prudent and judicious about it because at the end of the day, our employees are being paid to help our children succeed. And I think taxpayers expect that. So I look forward to some additional information about that. But the message, I'm sending this personally. If there's a good reason to be going somewhere, I'm good with that. But if it's something for show, for example, if seminars will invite you to speak provided you pay your way, maybe we should think twice about that.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Was there a second to that motion?
I'll say.
Any further questions? Restating the motion, it was to eliminate all of the recommended budget priorities and position reclassifications that were delineated on slides 16 and 17. Is that correct? All those in favor of the motion, please state by saying aye.
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 All opposed, nay.
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 Who voted aye? Please raise your hands. I count 1, 2, 3, 4. How many nays? 4. 4. All right.
Nay.
The motion fails. We still have to vote on the motion. We still have to vote on the budget. Okay. Okay, so we have a recommended budget. Is there a motion to approve the budget?
Do we have a recommendation?
Do we have a?
Yes, I did.
Has a,
Okay, yeah,
I mean, you're going to make a recommendation, I guess. Is what I'm getting at.
right there.
it is recommended.
Yes, at this point, having presented the FY26 recommended budget and supporting documents, it's recommended that the Board of Education tentatively adopt the FY 2026 budget as presented.
Is there a motion to approve the budget?
So moved.
Is there a second? All right, moved by Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Dr. Garrett Boyd. All those in favor of the motion? Any questions, first of all? Do we want to wait for Mr.
Dr. Pickland
Do you want to
to
wait
come
for,
back?
yeah, I think we probably should, yeah, okay.
Is this the time to
Please.
speak? My concern is not necessarily next year's budget. I understand the excess money we got. My concern is 3 years from now, 4 years from now. I know we were getting money from federal government with COVID and all that, and we had extra money to do things with. But my concern is how are we going to replace? We're going to put it back on our taxpayers? Is that the answer?
I think if you look,
Or do we make cuts now? Little, smaller cuts next year and not bleed so bad? I just have a concern. I have a big concern. And I guess my biggest concern is that our administration is not seeing the same thing I'm seeing.
Thank you for the question. So as I noted, last year we made cuts, and even in our board one-on-ones, I made it clear to everyone, we will begin as early as September to continue to look for opportunities for cost savings. I think we owe that to our taxpayers. And the last thing we're going to do is allow things to get so out of control that we cannot account for a good fiscal responsibility. And if we had not already in the past demonstrated that we are able to make cuts, perhaps I would have questions, but we've demonstrated that and we'll continue to demonstrate that. And we also share the concern about the next 2-3 years and following, but I also share the concern about what's happening right now and in terms of needs, which is why if you look at the budget, I don't think we can get around raises and our salary schedules if we really want to recruit and retain the best. If you look at the reclassification page and the position requests, relatively speaking, my budget requests are nominal. They're relatively nominal. And I really sat and thought, and ask the question, what do we feel like we need? And even if you go back to the slide as it relates to the reclassifications, we got smart on that. And we said, we see an opportunity to eliminate a position at central office and save in upwards of $100,000 plus benefits, which almost made that adjustment budget neutral. So those are the kind of looks that we're striving to do. And I would argue that there are some things in this year that we funded that we're not going to fund next year that would almost make the position request neutral as well. So in the totality of things, I believe that we've approached this in such a way to be as budget neutral as possible with nominal asks, but not dismissing the need for us to maintain some level of competitiveness. I do not want Bibb County to lose steam as it relates to the progress that we're making. And the budget that we're presenting this afternoon prioritizes recruitment and retention and nominally prioritizes some other needs so that we can maintain a level of viability. And I urge you to look holistically at this budget that we're giving, but also reflect on the demonstrated responsibility we've shown in the past. And as it relates to the travel piece, as an example, we had already been talking about that and recognizing that, yes, we need to get this under control. And everything you said, Mr. Morton, I 100% agree. And we are in the same space. And I just feel like we have presented to you this afternoon, after careful thought, after looking at opportunities to cut costs, but also looking at what our needs are, to present something that is reasonable, that gives us a fund balance that is healthy, but also gives us a future as it relates to looking at next year and additional cost cuts that we can make well before budget season begins to keep you up to speed as the year goes on as it relates to what we're looking like. And what's going to happen is, if I can predict, the same way that we are prepared to return yet another amount of money to our fund balance, we will continue and perhaps even increase that. And don't dismiss the fact that we added $2.1 million in our FTE funding this year. And this was the result of us really deepening our understanding of all things related to FTE. That number is going to increase. So as you talk about increases, that was just a start of increasing FTE funding, because now that we've trained, and this is a strong fiscal move that we took, we've trained every single one of our principals. We brought the DOE and other experts down to train them. They had a million questions. They took copious notes, and I believe that I had a principals group who's responsible for all things FTE in their building, walking out of this same door with a deeper understanding and ready to maximize FTE funding. So that's going to be something that you see moving down the line. So as it relates to ensuring that we take some of the weight off of taxpayers, but at the same time do our part, that's going to be a linchpin as it relates to the work that is in that space. So I can stand 10 toes down and let you know that this budget that we're presenting today is the budget that we need for this year, and we are prepared to strategically look towards the future to maintain viability as a district and demonstrate fiscal responsibility, but at the same time meet the needs of our students.
Yes, Ms. Johnson.
I'd like to thank Mr. Bush and Dr. Sims and their staff for what they've done to try to create a budget that will meet the needs of our district. The bottom line, in my opinion, is what are we going to do for the students? Everything that we do is centered around the needs of our students. Now, the other districts around us, they might be doing better than we are because they might treat their people better than we treat ours. Our staff leaves us for other school districts because they get paid more. They have more opportunities. So if we're gonna stay in a competitive nature, we've got to step up to the plate. Now, it costs. Everything we do costs. Even in your own home, it costs. Inflation costs. It hurts. So you have to change your budget to meet inflation. But you don't give up your food. You don't give up your children's clothing. You don't give up your shelter because of inflation. You have to find another way to meet those needs. And I feel like this school district have looked at every possible cost to find another way to meet these needs. And I'm appreciative for what you all have done to try to give us a budget that we could live with. The things that we're talking about cutting, I think they are needed. For example, the truancy officer. We continue to have problems with attendance. We continue to talk about what are we going to do about the attendance. The children can't learn if they are not here. So I just don't see the rationale behind eliminating the position of the truant officer. The other positions that will help us to raise our students in K-5, I just don't see the rationale and eliminate those positions because our students need the help. So are we going to be more concerned about the students or more concerned about a dollar or two? Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Ficklin.
Thank you. And of course, I think that it's outlined in our norms and protocols that everything we should do should have the student first. And I think that a part of making sure that we have a budget that the general population can support is something for the students. I want to say to Dr. Sims that I appreciate and commend him for taking out the assistant athletic director and that other position that was there that was supposed to be on the three that we already got over the schools and on the Ms. Candace, Dr. Candace is also, because that was to me just too much of stacking something on top of that because it poses the question of what are the people who are already there doing. So I appreciate that. I thank you for listening to us and taking those out of this budget. But at the same time, I am still hard pressed to support this budget because when we began to set the millage rate, in order to have this budget balanced, we may have to deal with setting the millage rate higher than we did not roll it back earlier, and now we're looking at maybe having to increase it. I don't think that's going to sit well with our population. And down the road, as we look, we are trying to make sure that we will be able to pass another E-SPLOS. And all of that is in my consideration when I talk about cutting things out of this budget, because I don't want to give the public or the business community or anyone else out there any ground to say we don't need to do this E-SPLOS or we don't want our millage rate raised any higher. So I'm glad that this is tinted because we need to look at some other things to reduce this budget. And that is reduce the spending in this budget, because that's the only way you can balance a budget is reducing the spending. I'm glad that you took out $500,000 in traveling, and it's still $1.05 still in there, but that needs to come down some too. I think $1 million in travel is a whole lot of travel. And of course, we need to look at the spending in technology because, you know, I was in the schools. I know that there's technology all over the school system that may be still in boxes that we have purchased. And I see the answer to my question. It didn't fully give me the answer that I was hoping that we would get when it comes to what's going on with technology. Because there are places, and when I was a teacher, you could always find something still in the box that was ordered and not used. And I think that an inventory on that should be given so that if we can reduce doing something, buying something that we have decided to buy, we can do that. Because I'm looking at the larger picture that taxpayers don't want their millage rate increased, and it may impact us on the E-SPLOS later on. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the budget, please state by saying aye.
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 All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Hands raised for the ayes.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. Hands raised for the nays. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, the motion fails. and will not be sent to the consent agenda.
Did you get James's vote?
Yes.
The motion failed.
The motion fails.
What's the vote?
4 to 4.
The last time we had 4-4 and it passed. I thought the last time we had 4-4, it passed.
No, because it
fails.
was a negative vote, a negative motion. If it's a positive motion, 4-4 fails. But if it's a negative motion, 4-4 passes.
Thank you.
Wait, Ms. Culvis?
Dr. Ficklin, could you repeat that question, sir?
I didn't have a question. I was giving an explanation.
I had the question.
Could you repeat your explanation?
I,
But she didn't
I
understand.
had the question.
Repeat your explanation, please. Is what she said.
President Johnson had a question. The vote each time was 4-4. If you move a positive motion, we move that we do this, then if it's 4-4, then it does what? It fails because it didn't pass. But if it's a negative motion, like my motion was a negative motion to take something out of the budget, 4-4, it fails.
May I address that?
Please.
Any motion needs to have an affirmative majority of the members present and voting. And so without at least 5 of the members here present and voting, any motion fails.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm still confused on the vote. I thought it was 5 said yes.
Can we have a roll call vote?
And we would appreciate that as well here. We are
Okay.
not sure we understood the,
Dr. Garrett Boyd, how did you vote?
Pass.
Mr. Freeman? How did you vote?
Aye.
Dr. Woodford?
Nay.
Mr. Morton?
no.
Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Hester? I was a yes. Dr. Ficklin?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is number FSS4, Renewal of Infinite Campus. Mr. Kevin Adams.
Good afternoon, President Johnson, board members, Superintendent Dr. Sims. The Technology Services Division and Department of Research, Evaluation, Assessment, and Accountability are seeking board approval for the renewal of Infinite Campus as our student information system. This Infinite Campus renewal will provide the Bibb County School District the necessary platform to collect and report student information for the 25-26 school year. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education authorize the superintendent to issue the purchase order to K-12 Solutions Group for the annual renewal of Infinite Campus Student Information System for the 25-26 school year in the amount not to exceed $414,546.80. The funding source is FY26 general funds.
Is there a motion to approve?
Move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Right, approved, let's see, motioned by Dr. Ficklin, second by Mr. Morton. All those in favor of the motion, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
What is your question? Sorry.
Mr. Allen, thank you for presenting. I just want to know, does Infinite Campus go back? How far does it go back?
As far as the historical data, so we've had it in place for 17 years, and so it would have all of that data, and
And
then,
all the way back?
yes, sir.
That's what I wanted to know. Could I get my rules?
Shall I, any other questions? All those in favor, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. The next number is number FSS5, Annual Renewal of ViewPath and Epic Upgrades.
Thank you
Mr.
once
Adams.
again. The Technology Service Division is seeking board approval of the annual renewal of Audio Enhancement ViewPath software subscriptions for all instructional classrooms for the 25-26 school year. In addition, this approval would allow us to move forward with upgrades to our audio enhancement EPIC system. It is recommended the Bibb County Board of Education authorize the purchase order to audio enhancement for the district's ViewPath software licenses and EPIC school equipment in the amount not to exceed $175,405. The funding source is FY26 general funds.
You've heard the motion. Is there a recommendation? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions? Motion by Dr. Garrett Boyd, seconded by Mr. Morton. All those in favor, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Aye.
Thank you, James. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. The next item is number FSS 6, General Contractor Services for Burned Elementary School Secured Vestibule. Mr. Kitchens.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Johnson, board members, Superintendent Dr. Sims. This memorandum requests approval for a firm to provide the contractor services for the construction of a burned elementary secured vestibule. There was a RFP that was put out in February of this year. We had two firms submit proposals, and those two proposals were reviewed based on the criteria set out in the RFP. Once a GMP is determined, we will bring the contract back for approval on the amount. But it's recommended the Board of Education authorize superintendent to enter into contract with Sheridan Construction to provide general contractor services for the construction of a secured vestibule at Burned Elementary School, and these funds will be paid for out of 2021 East Blossom.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Hester, second by Dr. Ficklin. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all in favor state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. The next item, number FSS 7, Innovation and Technology Academy Guaranteed Maximum Price Contract. Mr. Kitchens.
Thank you, ma'am. Capital Programs Department is presenting this memorandum recommending approval of a guaranteed maximum price for Phase 2 renovations at the Innovation and Technology Academy, which is the former Butler Collision Center on Eisenhower Parkway. Construction manager coordinated the designs, product specifications, and all material costs with Capital Programs to provide this GMP for the construction. And it's recommended the Bibb County Board of Education authorize superintendent to issue a purchase order to Warren & Associates Incorporated to provide construction manager at risk services for Phase 2 renovations of the Innovation and Technology Academy with a guaranteed maximum price of $3,141,883. This project will also be paid for 2021 East Boss funds.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Morton, second by Dr. Woodford. Is that right? Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Morton.
Will this complete the work at that site?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Other questions? Hearing none, all in favor state by saying aye.
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 All in favor, nay. Or not in favor, nay. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Thank you, Mr. Kitchens. The next item, number FSS 8, a two-way radio purchase. Mr. David Gowan.
Good afternoon, Board President Johnson, board members, and Dr. Sims. The Safety and Security Department is seeking approval to purchase 50 two-way push-to-talk radios for each Bibb County School District campus. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education authorize the superintendent to enter into a purchase agreement with Macon Communications in the amount of $439,200 for 1,850 two-way push-to-talk radios. And the funding source is the school safety and security grants.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Dr. Garrett Boyd, second by Dr. Woodford. Are there any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Gower.
Yes, sir.
You said the funds for this is going to come from a grant.
Yes, sir. The state school safety and security grant.
And Are they using two-way radios in the schools now?
It's not uniformly. This would make it uniform and provide more radios. These radios would be used several ways as an ultimate backup with the teachers if audio enhancement failed, but also right now, our school staff members, our custodians, our school nutrition, if we have an emergency outside at an athletic event or practice or a physical education class outside, where we don't have access to audio enhancement, these radios would allow for emergency communication back to the school office.
So
And
it's a good backup to what we have in place now. Then.
yes, sir. In addition to those other forms of emergency communication where we don't have audio enhancement. And for day-to-day the principal could reach the custodian anywhere in the building, or school nutrition
So
also.
the custodians will have one,
Yes, sir.
and the principal.
And the principal and the school administration staff also.
Other questions? Hearing none, all those in favor state by saying aye.
Aye.
All in favor, not in favor, state by saying nay. The motion passes unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Thank you, Mr. Gowan.
Thank you.
The next item, number FSS 9, Georgia Department of Education, Office of Whole Child Support's School-Based Health Center Grant 2.1.
Thank you. The Georgia Department of Education Office of Whole Child Supports awarded the Bibb County School District a school-based health center round 2.1 grant. This competitive grant allocates a total of $998,277,000 in funding to construct a school-based health center. Healthcare services will be provided by First Choice Primary Care to deliver comprehensive care to the students, family, and staff of L.H. Williams Elementary. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education accept the grant awarded by the Georgia Department of Education in the amount of $998,277 for the funding of a school-based health center at L.H. Williams Elementary School.
So moved.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Ficklin, seconded by Dr. Woodford. Are there any questions?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
Where do the funds come from to sustain this program after we get started?
Good evening. So the funds are for 2 years of operating costs, and the sustainability is driven through insurance reimbursement. So that would be direct patient reimbursement to the healthcare sponsor.
Other questions? Yeah, Mr. Morton.
Will it be necessary for us to enter into an MOU with First Choice
We have one established, yes, sir.
that would cover this?
Yes, sir.
You say that the cost would be offset by basically insurance payments? Is that
Yes,
kind of what I'm
yes,
hearing?
that sustains the cost of the clinic.
Who
and
is
the
in charge of handling that aspect of it?
First Choice Primary Care. They're a federally qualified healthcare facility, so all billing is direct billing through to the patient.
And do we pay them an amount for running this program?
No, we do not. We just provide the space for them to provide the services to our students.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Johnson?
So this would be something like what we just did with the ribbon cutting ceremony on yesterday with,
Yes, ma'am.
Bruce.
That's
I love
correct.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Ficklin.
Dr. Lovett, would you introduce the lady who was just speaking? I don't know who she is.
Absolutely. This is Ms. LaShawn Faroud. She's formerly our partnerships director, but has remained on in a in a service contracted capacity to help us through this school-based health center project. This project was started under Ms. LaShawn's leadership, and so she's continued to work through the district through its fruition.
Other questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Thank you. The next item, number FSS 10, renewal of Amira Learning. Dr. Floor.
Good afternoon, President Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. Amira Learning is an evidence-based digital platform that provides one-on-one reading tutoring, oral reading fluency assessments, and dyslexia risk screening for students in grades K through 5. Utilizing advanced speech recognition and artificial intelligence, Amira listens as students read aloud, records the session, and generates a precise running record free from subjectivity or testing bias. In real time, Amira delivers over 25 research-based micro-interventions tailored to the student's reading level in specific areas, offering immediate corrective feedback to accelerate skill development and reading growth. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education authorize the superintendent to approve the purchase of Amira for use during the 25-26 school year in an amount not to exceed $255,300 from general funds.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second? Moved by Dr. Ficklin, second by Dr. Garrett Boyd. Are there any questions? I just want to say thank you for providing the results that we're seeing. It's really gratifying to see the improvement. All those in favor state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. The next item, number FSS 11, is Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling, Volume 2 Professional Learning Course.
Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling, or LETTERS, is a nationally recognized professional development program grounded in the science of reading. It is designed to equip educators and administrators with the foundational knowledge and instructional practices necessary to support all students in developing strong literacy skills. LETTERS aligns with the Georgia Early Literacy Act, which mandates high-quality, research-based professional learning for K-5 educators in literacy and language development. It is recommended that the Board of Education authorize the superintendent to approve the purchase of LETTERS professional development for use during the 2025-2026 school year. The cost will not exceed $349,110, which will come from general funds.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Garrett Boyd, second by Dr. Ficklin. Any questions? All in favor state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. The next item, number FSS 12, is renewal of Voyager Passport Intervention Curriculum.
Voyager Passport is a research-based intervention curriculum designed to provide comprehensive, explicit, and systematic reading instruction. During daily 45-minute lessons, students receive explicit instruction in all 5 essential components of reading: phonemic awareness, phonics, comprehension, fluency, and vocabulary. It is recommended that the Board of Education authorize the superintendent to approve the renewal of the Voyager Passport Intervention Curriculum to be implemented with K-5 Early Intervention Program, or EIP, students during the 2025-2026 school year. The cost will not exceed $199,623.60, which will come from the general funds.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Ficklin, second by Dr. Garrett Boyd. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor state by saying aye. All opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Thank you, Dr. Lett, Ms. Floor. The next item, number FSS 13, is RFP Legal Services Award of Contract.
Good afternoon, President Johnson, board members, Superintendent Dr. Sims. This evening, I bring to you RFP 25-029 Legal Services. The Bibb County School District is seeking board approval to award RFP 25-029 for legal services for FY 25-26. This contract provides the district with general counsel, will include comprehensive legal support services, compliance, personnel policy, student services, and litigation matters. The procurement department released RFP 25-029. We had 3 respondents. Once scored, as you can see, based off of the evaluation that is listed below. Parker Poe Adams scored the highest with 91.25 overall points. The overall fee for this firm will be $350 per hour. Based on the recommendation, it is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education authorize the superintendent to enter into a contract with Parker Poe Adams Bernstein LLP for legal services under RFP 25-029. The agreement will be funded through district's existing legal services funds and will come from the general fund.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Woodford, second by Mrs. Johnson. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
So this would go into effect as of July 1.
Correct. Their current contract that we have with them is for June 30th, so this will go in effect July 1.
And we have a board meeting in June.
We do have a board meeting in June.
At this point, I'd like to make a motion to postpone this matter until the June meeting. We got a bunch of information on this roughly about 2 hours before our board meeting. I'd like some time to look at it.
Second.
So
There's an amended motion to table this until the June board meeting. All those in favor of the amendment?
Just as a point of clarification, it would actually just be a motion to postpone.
yeah, it's a motion to postpone until the next,
Okay.
our next meeting.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right. All those in favor of postponing this until the June board meeting, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The motion passes 7-1, but will not be sent to the consent agenda. Thank you. That concludes the business of the Fiscal Support Services Committee. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamlin. Now we will have Policies and Rules Committee, chaired by Dr. Sandra Wolf. Dr. Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Policies and Rules Committee has 7 items on the agenda this evening, 3 action items and 4 for first readings. We will begin with PR1, Policy DIA, Accounting System. Ms. Covis will present.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. Policy DIA Accounting System is in front of you for action item tonight, second reading. The proposed changes include adding an introductory sentence setting out the importance of the role of maintaining accounting records, clarifying that the State Board of Education by statute is tasked with establishing a computerized uniform budget and accounting system. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education approve the revisions to Policy DIA Accounting System.
Board members, you've heard the presentation. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
So moved by Mr. Hester, second by Dr. Ficklen. Questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Aye.
Sorry, James. Those opposed, nay. Motion carries and will be sent to the consent agenda. Next is PR2, Policy EDDA, Special Use of School Buses.
Thank you. Policy EDDA is also in front of the board for second reading and action item tonight. The revisions spell out that the school buses are primarily to be used for transporting students to and from school. The recommendation before the Board of Education is to approve the revisions to Policy EDDA, Special Use of School Buses.
Okay, board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Ms. Hanlon, second by Dr. Ficklen. Questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those opposed, nay. The motion carries and will be sent to the consent agenda. Next up is PR3, Policy IFCD, School Volunteers.
Thank you. Policy IFCD is also in front of you for second reading. The district did not propose any revisions to policy IFCD. Therefore, the recommendation to the Board of Education is to acknowledge the, I don't have the new sheet in front of me. I'm sorry. They just passed it out to acknowledge policy. Thank you, Daryl. All right. Oh, this is my Robert. Acknowledge policy IFCD. Forget me. Yeah, we're just asking for an acknowledgement that there were no revisions to policy IFCD. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Culvers. You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Morton. Questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Our next items are up, next 4 items are up for first reading. PR4, Policy JBCCA, Student Assignment to Schools.
Thank you. Policy JBCCA is up for first reading. The board will remember that we had this previously in front of it as a first reading. After a 30-day comment period, we came to you with second reading, but we pulled it in order to respond to some additional feedback that we had. So we are now putting it back at the beginning of the line for first reading. The proposed recommendations and revisions to the policy clarify the district's policy of non-discrimination of students with disabilities and the implementation of the policy, including in the admissions, continuation, probation, or dismissal of students with disabilities in magnet programs. The revisions further explain that students with disabilities include those eligible for IEP or Section 504 plans. And we are recommending that this be placed as an information island and posted for 30 days.
Okay. PR5, Policy IDDD, Gifted Students Programs.
Policy IDDD, Gifted Student Programs, is here for first reading. The district has reviewed it and has no proposed revisions to the policy.
PR6, Policy GBRIG, Federal Family and Medical Leave Act.
Thank you. This is also for first reading. The district has proposed revisions to policy GBRIG primarily for consistency with the language of the federal regulations, to provide more detail about what constitutes a serious health condition triggering the Family Medical Leave Act leave, and to clarify the distinction between FMLA leave for a serious health condition and FMLA leave for child bonding. There were also revisions made to the regulations that explain the calculations of FMLA leave consistent with federal regulations, ensuring that employees are aware of obligations to return to work following FMLA leave, to maintain the benefit of approved extended leave but reduce the allowable leave to 45 days from 90 days, and to clarify the role of reasonable accommodations under the Americans with Disabilities Act when additional leave is necessary.
Okay. And finally, PR7, Policy BBC, Board Committees.
Thank you. Policy BBC is before the board for first reading. The district has proposed revisions to allow greater flexibility for the operation of standing committees. As revised, the policy would allow the Board of Education or superintendent to refer specific matters to each committee to address as needed. It removes prescriptive duties that make it challenging to align with established or changing protocols.
Yes, Dr. Pickling. Yes, sir.
Upon being elected to the board, just serving at the January board member meeting, I was informed that I was appointed to the instructional service committee and personnel service committee, because I said I was. I really didn't know what the functions and responsibilities were, so I started my research, as I know that being an elected official is a lot of work. And when I shared the policy of BBC, and it said that a member of the personnel committee, members shall review all applications for employment after the superintendent or designated representative make a recommendation for employment of the applicant to the committee. I brought this to the attention of the board, who were apparently not aware of the responsibilities, and I was a new person and I found it out. And immediately, they took a straw vote not to do what the policy said. Now, since I've been here, I've tried to follow every rule that they told me I need to follow. I had to even get involved with writing a rationale for my questions that I wanted to have answered, just a matter of informational questions. I was really shocked at the response from the board, not really knowing whether it was because after 3 months I had found the policy and they did not know of it. And I never thought that my request to implement the policy would be met with such chagrin. The attorney was trying to determine whether all meant all. Of course, I thought that it was a knee-jerk reaction, and the words of Thomas Paine in his 1776 pamphlet, Common Sense, said, "Time makes more converts than reason." I thought that maybe that was going to apply here. However, it did not seem to be the case. I was glad when the attorney agreed with me to some point that the applications be reviewed. And we were given the applications, and of course, there was a struggle with what all means, and I've always thought that all meant everything. And when we were allowed to just glance at for a brief period at the applications, we quickly discovered that the recommended candidate didn't even bother to complete the application, causing one board member to insist upon seeing some evidence of the candidate's qualification recommended.
Point of order. Are we getting astray of what we can talk about in an open meeting?
I would encourage the board not to talk about the qualifications of the individual candidate.
I'm not talking about the qualifications. I'm just saying, I'm not talking about the qualifications of the person. May I continue, Madam Chair? May I continue?
Or just to go on, and I'm not sure I 100% know where you're headed, Dr. Pickland, so please give me some
I'm
grace.
not going to talk about anybody's qualifications.
Or the discussions in executive session.
What?
The discussions in executive session.
No, I'm not going to talk about the discussion in executive session. I'm just talking about how this policy came to be at this time. And that is permissible, is it not?
If I understand you correctly and where you're headed, yes, sir.
Yes, thank you so much. Insisted upon seeing the qualifications of the recommended position and revealed that one particular person
I
was in
would
a
caution,
position.
if I may, I would caution that I do believe we're broaching
Crossing
into.
the line, okay.
I think we are, sir.
Well, let me get on to the policy then. Changing the language in this policy will severely limit the board in its ability to do the job we are elected to do. We are elected and accountable to the people, not the superintendent. It is our job to ensure accountability, and that takes work. And this is why this policy has lasted until now. And the thought was never broached about changing it until I ask that it be implemented. This board held an official policy review on August the 1st, 2024, just a few months ago. Before we were onboarded, the 2 new members were onboarded. And several policies were reviewed and hopefully updated. CJ, IDFA, LA, BBH, FDC, JC, GCN, IBB, IED. In this review, nothing was said about BBC until now. And why is that? Is it because I asked that it be implemented? There were 6 steps outlined in a policy review on August the 1st. And I asked, have they been carried out in this review and recommendation of change? But my most pressing question about this change in policy is, how does this change put students first and keep student achievement as the main focus of our board's action? I want to know how that change in this policy does that. Our governance role and responsibility is to keep students first. And this was given to me on October the 28th, 2024, at the orientation for new board members, norms and protocols. And additionally, the code of ethics that govern what we do was put on hold prior to the new board started its term in January, and it has not been revisited. And I'm asking, we actually have put the code of ethics on hold to deal with stopping the board from reviewing applications? How pressing a concern is this? The code of ethics governs what we do. And I would think that it would have a higher priority than trying to get back at implementing BBC. Policies are not written for people in the present positions. They are written for perpetuity. This review takes out most of the vital power and ability of the elected officials. It seems to suggest that the superintendent should be elected and the board be appointed. Democratic societies put policies in place so that we will have checks and balances on people who are in place. The Bibb County Board of Education, a publicly elected institution charged with promoting and protecting policies which are deemed as being in the best interest of the children of Bibb County, and as such should maintain the tools that are in place to verify accountability for the children, who are the subject of all we do. And they need a board that is intentional in its approach to ensure that every child stakeholder has a voice as we seek to prepare each child with strength of character. What board wants to exist without the ability to hold accountable those charged with educating our most precious resource, the children, who are the future of this county? To gut this policy is to make resistance to transparency very pronounced. I move that we table this and call a work session to work on BBC, specifically on that policy. And we do that only after we decide on our code of ethics, when we finalize that. And I so move.
That was a first reading, not action. It's first read, right, it's first reading.
Right.
It's still a first read, but it can be tabled.
I do believe Dr. Ficklin is correct. Normally, you would table something when you're up for a vote, but there would not be anything that would stop you from tabling it at this point, if that was the will of the board.
There's a motion to table PR7 Policy BBC Board Committee. It's been motioned by Dr. Ficklen. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Morton. Questions?
May I ask a question? I do believe that what I heard from Dr. Ficklen and what you recited, Dr. Woodford, were slightly different, and I do want to make sure the board understands what they're voting on. Dr. Ficklen, I thought I understood you to say that it would be tabled and not brought up until the board also addressed a revision to the conflict code of ethics. Is that
That's
part
a
of your?
part of the motion, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that. Okay.
We have a motion by Dr. Ficklen, second by Mr. Morton. Further questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
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 The motion is 7-2 vote and 6-2, I'm sorry, my math's off. 6-2 vote, so the motion fails.
Okay.
Madam President, PR1, PR2, PR3 will move to the consent agenda. PR4, PR5, PR6, and PR7 will be posted to Assembly to receive input from the board members and stakeholders for 30 days. The policies will be brought up again at the next board meeting for second reading and that final board adoption and approval. Thank you, Ms. Colvis. Thank you, board members. That concludes the business of the Policies and Rules Committee.
Thank you, Dr. Woodford. For the sake of time, it is already 6:27, and it is time for our board meeting. So I'm going to ask for a motion that we table personnel services until after we finish with our guest. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Could we just
We want to,
have the executive session during the board meeting?
right. After we finish certain parts of the board meeting, then we'll do executive session because it is already 6:30 already. And we don't want to prolong the time for our guests.
So moved.
Second.
Sure, just to be clear, I think what we're doing is we're recessing our committee meeting. Okay? That would be my recommended motion if that's the will of the board. We're going to recess the committee meeting to allow the board to go into the first part of the regular board meeting, at which point I would suggest you entertain a motion later to recess the board meeting and reconvene the committee meeting.
Thank you. All those in favor of the recess of the committee meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no.
Aye.
All right, we're taking a brief recess. We'll recess for 5 minutes.
2 hours.
You come back at 6:35.
I needed tequila.
I know. Like something else came through somewhere.
I'm calling the board meeting to order. The time now is 6:36. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Dr. Wolford, second by Mr. Morrison. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposers,
I have my
please.
hand up.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I was listening for the word aye.
No, had my hand up because the agenda has been augmented, and we need to include the augmentation that the attorney just outlined for us.
So augmented.
Okay, I will. I think that we need to amend the agenda to include recess of of the board meeting to go back into the committee meeting.
We're not going to do the committee meeting at this time. We're going to go to board meeting.
But the board meeting gonna have to be amended, because then we go to the committee meeting, we're gonna have to come back to the board. So I'm just trying to say that we need to allow for that. But if y'all want to go ahead and do it like you want to do, go ahead. I'm fine.
Go ahead and make the motion, please, Dr. Pickles.
Okay, I move that we amend the agenda to augment it, that we would, at a particular point after the superintendent's report and all of the awards are given, that we recess and go back to the committee meetings.
You've heard the motion.
So moved.
Are there any questions?
A second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, please say
Aye.
nay. So the agenda has been amended. Thank you. At this time, we will have a pledge of allegiance by Madison Pritchard, 8th grade student at Weaver Middle School. Mr. Pritchard, where is he? Miss Pritchard, little Miss Madison Pritchard.
Hi, my name is Madison Pritchard. May everyone please stand and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
She did a great job.
Thank you. At this time, we will have invocation by Mr. Timothy Dees. Assistant Principal at Viva Academy.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this time and this space together. We come now asking for your continued blessings, grace, and mercy upon the Bibb County School District at large. Continue to bless our superintendent, our board members, our administrators, our faculty, staff, students, parents, and all stakeholders. We ask that you just continue to bless us all with wisdom, guidance, and understanding as we continue to do the work that's been assigned to our hands. These blessings we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. At this time, we will have the report of the superintendent.
Thank you, Board President Johnson, and good evening to everybody who's joined us. Each month, we present highlights happening within our schools and district, and here are just a few of those highlights. First of all, thank you to Weaver Middle School's visual arts students, led by teacher Mark Hazen, for providing the artwork for this month's board meeting. The display, titled Spring Flowers in the Style of Georgia O'Keeffe, is from an assignment where students explored the art of 20th century female artist Georgia O'Keeffe. Her famous works included abstract paintings of flowers. It is from these abstract paintings of flowers that the students were inspired to create their own visions of flowers. The images were created with oil pastels on drawing paper. They are symbolic of the season of spring, the emergence of new life and renewal. Mr. Hazen said the young artists who manifested these images are like their work, colorful, unique, full of life, and innovative. Congratulations to individuals who have earned advanced degrees. In a special tribute this month, we'd like to take a few minutes to celebrate educators who've achieved advanced degrees. Please turn your attention now to this video. It's no sound, y'all. All right. I know they kind of rolled like movie credits, but you know, those people worked hard. We want to make sure that we show some congratulations to them. May is filled with so many special celebrations. Among the celebrations this month are Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, National Physical Fitness and Sports Month, Mental Health Awareness Month, School Principals Day, School Lunch Hero Day, Teacher Appreciation Week, National School Nurse Week Day, National Interpreter Appreciation Day, Bike and Roll to School Day, School Communicators Day, and National Speech Pathologist Day. We are honored to have the opportunity to recognize students and staff and bring awareness to these special celebrations. Students from Bibb County Schools participated in the Special Olympics Georgia Area 7 meet. Thank you to the team members and families who made this a special day for our students. And I will tell you, if you have never been to a Special Olympics, you are missing out on an incredible life experience just to watch our babies do their thing and have an awesome time competing in various sports. Meet Me at the Mall was such an amazing event, bringing families together with 99 vendors and resources in our community. Thank you to all of the amazing students, parents, staff, and vendors who made Meet Me at the Mall a success. Let's try this video again by Westside graduate Zion Green.
I'm real short. I need y'all to do me a favor. And it's really simple. I need you to do me a favor. Y'all gotta say, what's that, Doc? Do me a favor. I just need y'all to say yes. Baby in the mall, it's going down. Baby in the mall, it's going down. Anywhere you need me, guaranteed to go down. I need to see. She got a whole family. She be 3 water bottles. Baby in the mall, it's going down. Anywhere you need me, guaranteed to go down. You gotta sing loud, man. I can't hear you. It's cold outside. Anywhere you meet me, guaranteed to go down.
It was an incredible time, and we provided invaluable resources to our families, and we will continue to do so. So thank you to everyone who attended and everyone who played a part in making it happen. Congratulations to our Griffith Foundation Scholarship winners from the 5th Annual Poetry Slam on Social Justice. Southwest Senior Victoria Freeman, my goodness, took first place and received a $15,000 scholarship. Yeah, I'm not done. Howard Senior Jayla Evans took second place for $10,000. Yeah. And Northeast Senior Whitney Galt took third place for $5,000. Yes. This was a truly inspirational night, and I am so incredibly impressed by each of the students and staff who participated. Thank you to additional sponsors, Communities and Schools of Central Georgia, and the Epsilon Omega Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha. Congratulations to the 2025 Cox Inspirational Student Heroes who were recognized this month. Honorees were celebrated for their resilience and tenacity, for showing up each day with a positive attitude, and for continuing to encourage and inspire others around them. Thank you to Cox for making this an amazing event for all involved once again. Congrats to Central High School senior Mary Catherine Lewis, who who was recognized by State School Superintendent Richard Woods as Bibb's first recipient of the Georgia Seal of Biliteracy. Yeah. This seal is awarded to high school graduates who demonstrate proficiency in English and at least one additional language by achieving success on assessments such as advanced placement, international baccalaureate, or other approved tests. Also recognized by the state was Howard High student Jaden Giolingo, who was named one of 4 finalists for Georgia Poet Laureate's prize poetry competition out of more than 260 students. Yes. His piece, Dino Before Impact, has been published in Atlanta Magazine, and he will be recognized by Governor Brian Kemp. We are building For Me learners in Bibb County schools who are prepared to go out into the world and be the best versions of themselves. Congratulations to each of our CTAE Students of the Year, and shout out to Kalia Gaucher of Southwest High School for being named the 2025 Bibb CTAE Student of the Year. Hutchings College and Career Academy and Central Georgia Technical College celebrated this year's cohort of students who achieved their Certified Nursing Assistant, or CNA, pins. Graduating seniors took their first steps towards a career in education at our Future Educators Signing Day. These students were able to celebrate teachers who inspired them to pursue this path. And thank you to Brigadier General Kelvin D. McElroy, and I believe he's a Northeast High School graduate, commander of the 4th Generation Center Air Force Reserve Command at Robins Air Force Base, for leading our joint military signing ceremony, celebrating our future service members. Our Facilities and Maintenance Department hosted its very first vendor fair, bringing together industry leaders to showcase the latest and greatest sanitation and maintenance products on the market. This initiative is part of our continued commitment to maintaining a high standard of cleanliness and safety across all schools in the district. Our custodial and maintenance teams were energized by the opportunity to engage directly with vendors, explore innovative solutions, and provide valuable feedback. They left the event motivated and ready to put these products to the test in our buildings. It was a strong step forward in equipping our staff with the tools and knowledge they need to keep our schools clean, healthy, and welcoming for students and staff. Director Antonio Simmons shared a few highlights from the event in this short video. Fantastic. Congratulations to the 2024-2025 GCAPS graduates. The Macon Bibb County Georgia Civic Awareness Program for Students gives local high schoolers a hands-on look at how government works right here in Macon Bibb and across the state. This year, GCAPS seniors will receive honor cords for graduation. Seniors with 1 year will receive 1 honor cord of green and blue. Seniors with 2 years will receive 2 honor cords, 1 blue and 1 green. Seniors with 3 years will receive 3 honor cords, 1 blue, 1 green, and 1 gold. Congratulations to the next generation of civic leaders. We are proud to share the ribbon cutting of a new school-based health center at Bruce Elementary School. This is in partnership with First Choice Primary Care and help support the health and well-being of our students. The center will provide on-site medical care for students, staff, and families during the school day. I want y'all to picture, if you will, a doctor's office inside a school building. That's what this is. And we have more to come in this space, so stay tuned. Congratulations to the winners of the 2025 Bibb Awards held Monday night at Northeast High School. We are honored to continue this annual tradition of recognizing scholar athletes and coaches. Macon Area Habitat for Humanity and Bibb County Schools celebrated the dedication of a new home in Linmore Estates, built with the support of students in the Youth Build program with SOAR Academy. Youth Build is a pre-apprenticeship construction program which serves as an opportunity for youth ages 16 to 24 to develop educational and occupational skills. I was there for the ribbon cutting, and to see our students who put their hands and their heart to work on behalf of people they did not even know was beyond gratifying. And so many partners played a part in this, and it's just exciting to see that we make home ownership a reality for the people of Macon Bibb. The Golden Eagle Awards was established in 1978 to celebrate and honor Central Georgia's highest achieving, engaged, and hardworking high school seniors. And United Way of Central Georgia has continued that legacy. Congratulations to Bibb Scholarship winners, Donald Williams of Howard High in mathematics, Talaria Howard of Central High in art, Ryan Rogers of Rutland High in social science, and kudos to our Bibb's runner-ups, Maylin Milton of Howard High in CTAE, Kalia Gaucher of Southwest High School in citizenship, and Kyle Hicks of Howard High in athletics. It was awesome to see these students with other students from Central Georgia, and Bibb County showed up and showed out. And on the horizon, next week as we close out the school year, Bibb County Schools will conduct spring graduation May the 21st through the 23rd at the Macon Coliseum. As in previous years, and I'm excited, y'all, there's nothing like seeing all of our hard work. Anybody who has raised kids, you know it's not a one-day thing, a one-week thing, a one-year thing. It takes time, it takes treasure, it takes effort, it takes collaboration, and graduation is that gift that we give back to ourselves, that all this hard work we do, it actually pays off in the form of graduation. So we look forward to celebrating our graduates and their achievements. And as in previous years, each of the graduation ceremonies will be streamed live at www.bcsdk12.net. This concludes my superintendent's report, and I'll now turn it over to our deputy superintendent, Dr. Katika Lovett, for further recognitions.
Thank you. Good evening, President Johnson, board members, superintendent. This evening, we'd like to introduce you to our newest district and school leaders. Leaders, please come forward when your name is called so you can greet our board members and receive a swag bag as a small welcome to your new role. First, we have Tilnisha Rosser, Executive Director of the Program for Exceptional Children. Dr. Tiffany Lewis, SOAR Academy Director. Dr. Lisa Thompson, SOAR Academy Program Support Coordinator. Jose Elaney, Weaver Middle School Assistant Principal. Alicia Lattimore, Union Elementary School Assistant Principal. And finally, we have Sharita Harris, Rutland Middle School's Assistant Principal. Thank you to all of our new leaders. We are excited to see continued growth under your leadership, and we thank you for being #BuiltForBibb. Thank you.
All right, good evening. President Murders Johnson, Superintendent Dan Sims. I, Antonio Simmons, Director of Facilities and Maintenance, stand here with Paul Brewer, my energy manager. Since the Bibb County School District first started partnering with Synergistic in 2019, we have benefited from financial savings and more efficient school buildings. Recently, the district reached 23 schools having Energy Star certification, for the third highest in K-12 in the state. At this time, I would like to bring Synergistic Client Manager Book Collier to come forward to tell you a little more information about this treatment.
Thank you and good evening. Me, along with our energy specialist, Jessica Morris, and all of us at Synergistic are really excited about our ability to help clients who are interested in pursuing the national recognition for conservation efforts through the Energy Star program. Much like an appliance in your home that earns the Energy Star label that most of us are aware of, buildings can also be awarded certification based on energy efficiency. A building earning Energy Star certification has met strict energy performance standards set by the EPA. To earn this certification, buildings are verified to perform in the top 25% nationwide as far as energy efficiency, along with meeting strict ventilation standards. Energy Star is the only energy efficiency certification in the U.S. that is based on actual verified energy performance. As Antonio just mentioned, it is our great honor to note and award 23 schools that earned this certification, making Bibb County School District having the third most Energy Star buildings in the whole state of Georgia. What a tremendous honor. As a sign of your commitment to energy conservation, we will be distributing individual certificates to each school that qualified. But right now, we'd like to present this award to the school system for this achievement. And again, congratulations and good job. Okay.
Implementation of the Leader in Me initiative in our schools has been vital to recent successes in our district. One of the highest levels of school recognition within this program is receiving Lighthouse status. This honor comes after an involved application process that requires demonstration of leadership development from students all the way up through administration. Recently, 2 schools have joined the ranks of Lighthouse schools, bringing the total to 16 here in Bibb County, and 2 more schools achieved recertification. Principals, when your school is called, please come forward with other school representatives. Hartley Elementary School and Principal Dr. LaQuanta Williams Smith, New Lighthouse School. Union Elementary School and Principal LaShawn Crawford, recertification. Skyview Elementary School and Principal Sarah Carlson Dortez, New Lighthouse School. And Heritage Elementary School and Principal Donna Klein, recertification. Congratulations to each of you, and thank you for being built for Bibb.
At this time, I would like to ask Rutland High School junior Ramaya Stevens to come forward with school and CTAE representatives. Student organizations play a vital role in the school's life, especially those aligned to future career pathways. One such organization is FFA, Future Farmers of America, which helps prepare students for many careers available in agriculture. The Georgia FFA organization includes more than 81,000 students across 394 local chapters. Recently, Ramaya was elected to serve as the state organization's president for the 25-26 school year. In this prestigious role, she will represent Bibb County on a statewide level and has made history as the first African American female to be elected Georgia FFA president. Ramaya's leadership marks an exciting milestone for Bibb County Schools' CTAE program. We are also proud to share that our district has been approved by Governor Brian Kemp to offer the Georgia Young Farmer Program. This elite program will enhance agriculture instruction across all grade levels through organized classes in modern farming techniques, risk management, water conservation, and ag literacy. We are thrilled for our students to continue their For Me journey in Bibb County schools. Congratulations, Ramaya, on this incredible achievement.
We do have a few more to go, so if everyone would please remain until the closing remarks. At this time, I'd like to ask Harley Elementary School second grader Alea Miles to come forward along with school representatives. Each year, district students participate in the Young Georgia Authors Competition, beginning with competition here against other Bibb County students. From there, the best written works advance to the regional competition. This year, Alea was one of several Bibb students to win the regional competition and advance to the state level. Her work, titled The Magic Pencil, was also selected as the winning entry there, making her the statewide winner in the Young Georgia Authors Competition. Congratulations, Alea, and thank you for being built for Bibb. The Science Fair is a traditional opportunity for students of various age and grade levels to showcase their knowledge of the scientific method. Students design and implement their own experiments before displaying their results to be judged. This year, several of our elementary school students achieved noteworthy honors at the State Science Fair, and we'd like to recognize them at this time. Students, please come forward with your school representative when your name is called. Elise Washington, 5th grade, Alexander II Math and Science Magnet School, grand top, 10%. Gwendolyn Jordan, 5th grade, Springdale Elementary School, grand top, 10%. Ellie Noble, 5th grade, Springdale Elementary School, grand top, 10%. Daryl Hollings III, 1st grade, Heritage Elementary School, 1st place. Eliana Wang and Luke Chapman, second grade, Springdale Elementary School, first place. Yuban Yang, fourth grade, Alexander II Math and Science Magnet School, first place. James Coward, fifth grade, Alexander II Math and Science Magnet School, first place and Excellence in Georgia Geology Award. Congratulations to each of these students and all the participants from across the district. We thank you for being built for Bibb.
At this time, will all retirees, would you please begin to line up according to the revised order over at the ramp? You'll see Mr. Butler, if you will raise your hand, and Mr. Butler will get you lined up. School representatives, you are lining up with your retirees as well. All right. Our district is greatly improved by the scores of educators who have committed their professional lives to educating young people. Every year, we like to recognize the individuals who are headed to a deserved retirement with at least 25 years of service in Bibb County. This year, that group includes 21 individuals who are taking with them a total of roughly 650 years of service to Bibb County students. When your name is called, please come forward to be recognized. Willie Parks, Transportation, 25 years, all in Bibb. Sherry Jackson, School Nutrition in Northeast High School, 26 years, all in Bibb. That is her. Tara Matheny, Springdale Elementary School, 26 years, all in Bibb. Did I call that right? Montreal Mathis, Southfield Elementary School, 26 years, all in Bibb. You're representing for her. Thank you, Dr. Laney. Catherine Moore, Vineville Academy of the Arts, 27 years, all in Bibb. And she has her cheering section. Go Pandas, go. Laurel Boone, Rutland Middle School, 28 years, all in Bibb. Right here. Virginia Dobson, Porter Elementary School, 29 years, all in Bibb. Hired by you. Shanita Askew, Soar Academy, 30 years, all in Bibb. Janelle McWhite, Veterans Elementary School, 30 years, all in Bibb. Never thought I would say this. Go Hornets. Shonda Rogers, L.H. Williams Elementary School, 30 years, all in Bibb. Get on up there and shake those hands. Sharon Smith, Soar Academy, 30 years, all in Bibb. Got a little backlog right here, so. Sherry Weeks, Porter Elementary School, 30 years, all in Bibb. Dr. Chandra Yarbrough, 30 years, 25 years in Bibb. Angela Chambers, Central Office, 32 years, all in Bibb. Dr. Julia Danley, Soar VIP Academy, 32 years, all in Bibb. Rosa Fawcett Gilbert, Ballard Hudson Middle School, 34 years, all in Bibb. LaShawn Crawford, Union Elementary School, 35 years, all in Bibb. Union Stars. And LaShawn is walking fast, like I'm fast track it out of here. Janice Holmes, Porter Elementary School, 35 years, all in Bibb. And all at Porter. Julia Maynard, Howard High School, 35 years, all in Bibb. Ms. Maynard, I hope you realize that the state now allows English teachers to come back full-time without impacting their retirement on the House Bill 385. I just want you to know that. Brenda Stewart, Veterans Elementary School, 36 years, all in Bibb. And Frazier made a boo-boo here. Deborah Williams, 29 years, all in Bibb. And the last honoree for the evening, he's not with us, but I kind of made an executive decision. Normally we do alphabetical order, but we went in terms of years. Lorian Rennie Lewis, maintenance, 47 years, all in Bibb. Congratulations to all of you and your families, and thank you for being built for Bibb. We're also excited to announce that Bibb Schools will recognize all retirees for 2024-2025 at a luncheon on Tuesday, June 10th. We look forward to celebrating each of our retirees at this event. And that's it.
I had some closing comments, but I'm not going to take the steam out of the room from celebrating our retirees. Can we give them one more round of applause for all those years of service? Fantastic. And thank you, Madam President. That concludes our recognitions.
Thank you. So many more teachers.
We got to listen to the invitation of the visitor to address the board. If there's any.
Just,
With James Freeman, the chair of the meeting.
Thank y'all so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You all are so precious. We're trying to continue. Merger Fuller, you gonna stay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Board members, I understand we don't have any invitations to visitors tonight. So I'm going to ask for a motion that we return to our committee meeting.
Recess this meeting.
After we recess this meeting.
How about y'all move to go into executive session?
What did you say?
This one.
May I have a motion to
So
move?
move to recess this meeting and go into executive session.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, please say nay. All right, so we are in executive session.
Second.
Been properly motion and second that we come out of executive session. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say nay.
Madam President,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to recess the main board meeting.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. All right, so we are recessing the main meeting. All right, at this time.
And
we'll
just
hear
for the
from-
record, you are now back in committee meeting.
You're back in committee meeting.
We are now back in committee meeting. Now, we shall hear from Personnel Service Committee. It's Kristen Hanlon.
There are several motions for approval. I move for approval of PS1.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Nay? All opposed, nay. The motion passes unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. The next item is PS2. May I have a motion to approve PS2?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Approved by Dr. Ficklin, seconded by Mr. Morton. Any questions? All in favor, please stay by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. The next item is number PS5. May I have a motion to approve PS5?
So moved.
Second. Any questions? All those in favor of PS5 state by saying aye.
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 All opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. The next item is number PS6. May I have a motion to approve PS6?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Ficklin, second by Mr. Hester. Any questions? Hearing none, all in favor state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Finally, may I have a motion to approve PS 6.2?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Ficklin, second by Mr. Morton. Any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor state by saying aye.
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 All opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Madam Chair, that concludes the business of the Personnel Services Committee. PS1, PS2, PS5, PS6, and PS 6.2 all move to the consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, at this time, we will have the approval of the consent agenda.
Oh, Madam President, at this point, I would make a motion to adjourn the committee meeting.
So moved. Second,
All those in favor of adjourning the committee meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Opposers, say no. No? All right.
And Madam President, for the record, you are now back in the regular board meeting.
Thank you. We are now back in the regular board meeting. All right, at this time, now we will propose a motion for the consent agenda, which will include the confirmation of the minutes, PS1, I'm sorry, FS1, FSS4 through FSS12, PR1, PR2, PR3, PS1, PS2, PS5, PS6, PS6.2. Do I have a motion? Motion by Ms. Hanlon, second by Dr. Garrett. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposers?
Aye.
Okay. Is there any new business?
Yes, I'll announce our new Executive Director of Student Support Services, Brooke Widener.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Then old business? If not, we have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
And motion and second that we adjourn the meeting. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposing?
Aye.
Same sign. The meeting is adjourned.